Like salute. Ready, salute.
Flag of the United States of America
And to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
somebody don't be done. Right.
Not a whole lot of coordination there.
All righty.
Isn't stereo.
We'll see if we can improve on that. All right. Unscheduled appearances. Any person may directly address the board at this time on any item on the agenda or any other items of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. 2 minutes are allowed for each comment. Do we have any public comment? No public comment, and no written comments. All right. We will then move to item 3, which is approval of the minutes from March 9th, 2021. Board, what's your pleasure?
Presented.
Deb's a second.
Okay, we have a motion by Verboen, second by Neves. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Joe Nevs,
Yes.
Richard Valley,
Aye.
Doug Verboen,
Yes.
Craig Peterson,
Aye.
Richard Fagundes.
Yes.
Okay, we'll now move to the consent calendar. We do need to pull one item, item B1, for some slight modification. So with that, it would entertain a motion.
Deb's moves to adopt the consent calendar as amended.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Joe Nevs,
Yes.
Richard Valley,
Aye.
Doug Verboen,
Yes.
Craig Peterson,
Aye.
Richard Fagundes.
Okay, we have 5 in favor. We'll move back to the item that needs to be amended. Rebecca, would you like to provide that language?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Rebecca Campbell, County Administrative Officer. So we did pull item B1 just to clarify something. This is a routine agreement we have done for master level student interns to work with our Human Services Agency Department for social services experience and to help the department out. There was a typo on the agreement on the background section of the agenda item. So in there, I just wanted to point out that the initial agreement was actually agreement number 17-069. And that was originally approved on July 17th of 2017. So we want to make sure we correct that for the record. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to help answer, or the director is also on the line.
Very good. Okay, thank you for the modifications and bring it back to the board for any discussion or action.
So move.
Deb seconds.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Joe Nevs,
Yes.
Richard Valley,
Aye.
Doug Verboen,
Yes.
Craig Peterson,
Aye.
Richard Fagundes.
Yes.
Good, we have 5 in favor. We will now move to item 5, regular agenda items, and item A, so Human Service Agency.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Sonia Bugay, Human Services Agency Director.
Good morning.
And I'm going to try sharing my screen. Before you today is an agenda item related to one of our home key projects, Stardust Motel. Can you see my screen?
It's starting, but there we go, you've got it.
Perfect. We have 3 action items before you.
We may have lost your audio.
I'm still here. I'm just trying to get the PowerPoint to move. All right, here we go. We have 3 action items. The first, and I'm going to briefly review them, 2 agreements and amendment to our funding resolution. The first agreement is related to the use of the property during our phase 2. We also have a property transfer agreement what would actually happen with the property once the conversion happens or if it does not, and then amendment to our home key program authorizing resolution that your board approved in November. So I want to just briefly review the timeline with you. On November 10th, your board adopted the authorizing resolution that approved the execution of the home key standard agreement and our original authorizing resolution. On November 30th, the way we executed this agreement is by changing the application to partner with Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance. And we executed the agreement with the state on December 14th. On December 17th, the Stardust Motel was purchased. So we have been since December 17th till about a couple of days from now in phase one, where we accomplished the acquisition of the property, did some basic repairs, and had sufficient funds to do some ADA compliance fixes within 3 rooms. We have been operating, and the motel has been occupied as part of the project room key, at least 17 of the rooms. Starting March 18th, which is when we figure out we're going to complete the phase one, we're starting phase two, which is really going to last until conversion. So the key piece to the conversion is converting all of the 22 rooms to studios. Our first part of this is really application for conversion funding. We will operate as Project Room Key during the COVID-19 emergency. This part is important because without it, we don't have sufficient rooms to meet our 15%. And after the emergency is completed, which hopefully will happen sometime soon, we would then start utilizing the property as transitional housing until permanent housing conversion. And we are able to operate as both transitional housing and permanent housing depending on how many rooms are converted. Once the conversion is completed, that's the phase three, and the property would operate as permanent housing. So the 3 action items are, first one is the use agreement with KTHA. So we're currently operating under emergency occupancy agreement. So which we've really mirrored in the same way that we have previously operated with the motel owners when it was owned by Patels, and our Holiday Lodge actually operates the same way. We're paying $95 per room. What is going to change is that KCAO will start operations on March 20th, and HSA would continue providing wraparound services. The use agreement would follow the termination of this agreement. Our daily rate would change to $60 per day for non-converted rooms, and it will allow us for the converted rooms to start using housing vouchers. The funds would be paid to Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance to fund housing operation costs, but also any access funds could be used for conversion. So that's the first agreement. Really, how would we operate during this phase two, which hopefully will end before 2023, but it gives us an ability to operate the entire time while we're converting the property. Second item is our property transfer agreement. So by signing our agreement with the state, both Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance and the county are responsible for converting the property. If the project is not completed, the funds are owed back to the state. What the property transfer agreement would essentially do is upon conversion, the property would be transferred to KCAO, and our both use agreement and transfer agreement would terminate. In case the KCAO does not accept the property, the transferee would be the county. In the event the county doesn't want the ownership, the Stardust KTHA would return the property to county to sell the property and refund the funds to the state. To me, this piece is the key because the property is the only asset we have that if the conversion doesn't happen and we owe the funds back, we do want the property to be able to sell it and be able to pay the state back. And the final action item is the amendment to the authorizing resolution. So our original resolution was approved on November 10th. The resolution had a maximum funding request of $3.5 million. It was split in 2 parts. $3.2 million was for acquisition. Those dollars were only awarded if they were spent by December of 2020. We also had $300,000 of operating funds for which we have the expenditure through June of 2022. Even though we had a maximum of $3.5 million, the actual funding that we received were going to be based on the expenditures. And what we spent was 2.2 million. When we were originally awarded the funds, the state's approval was for 2.4 million. So we have unspent funding of 204,000. Technically, based on the initial resolution, we forfeited that 204,000. We couldn't spend it by December, and we only received 2.2 million based on our actual spending. In subsequent conversations with the state, we requested for the state for that 204,000 that was unspent to be moved to our operating funds. They have conditionally approved that, but we can only get that $204,000 if we amend our original resolution and increase the operating funds from 300,000 to 504, because it said the maximums per category as opposed to just the totality. So this request is to essentially reallocate the 204,000 from the acquisition category to the operating category and allow us to have 504,000 that would have to be spent by June of 2022. That's the summary of the three action items. Both the use agreement and the transfer agreement would terminate once the property is converted, but it's effective during our conversion stage. What happens once the property is converted is essentially the ownership is the KCAO. We would operate the property no longer as transitional housing, but as permanent housing, and our rental subsidies and vouchers would essentially be the operating funds. That concludes my presentation, and the request for your board today is to adopt the use agreement between the county and KTHA. That's the action one. Action two is the adopt a property transfer agreement between the county, KTHA, and KCAO, and to adopt the amended home key program resolution to increase the operating subsidies from 300,000 to 504,000. Thank you.
And thank you, Sonia. At this time, we'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments.
Chairman?
Yes, Supervisor Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Mr. Chairman, just a couple of questions here. As I was a no vote on this issue last year, I still have some hesitancy and just not comfortable with some of the information or some of the details that are out there. So if it's okay with the board, I'd like to ask our CAO what she could add to this discussion. Give us a fiscal update, give us a performance update. I'm just asking her to assume that we don't know the right questions to ask here, and just because of that, provide any additional information that she may have on the subject. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. So yesterday we had a really great meeting. We brought all the parties together of Human Services Agency Director, Community Development Director, Public Works Director, and administration. And we talked about the three different projects, Project Home Key, Project Room Key, and both projects within Project Home Key. And so we got a full understanding of how all the projects relate together. There's a lot of more work to do on the Stardust Sunrise Apartments project. So right now, the director is working with the state, and that involves some of these actions, but the director is going to be seeking more funding to finish phase 2 and phase 3 of the project. So, this action has been run by the state and it is allowable by the state. So the amendment for the Home Key Program Authorization Resolution, I agree with the director that it is appropriate because it has been run by the state and reviewed by council. It's part of the operations there. We'll all be working together to make sure that the construction project continues and that we can work together to find the funding to finish it. With the Sunrise Stardust project, the advantage is that we do have some time to get it done. We have up to 5 years to get that project done. So, this is all part of the process, and also the transfer to the operating agreement for KCAO. This was part of the original plan that was brought to the board.
So that's what I have to add on that project, which involves all three of the actions.
Yes, no, thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I get that. A lot of that you shared with us going into the votes we had on this and the emergency meeting, then the callback meeting and everything on this issue. You said that. What I know it's okay with the state. I want to make sure that it's good for the taxpayers of Kings County. And as I'm hearing that there's more money that is now needed on this project, and I'm glad the director is doing due diligence and trying to get funding from the state. But can you tell us if that funding doesn't come through, who's responsible for the backfill of that money? Is it the general fund? Does it come back straight to the county?
We would have to review our options, but that goes back to what the director talked about is the advantage of having the asset. If we had to go back, we would have to sell the asset, and that would be one of our options. We would seek to find the funding so we could eventually get this turned into permanent housing. The other option, I would ask council if we would have to pay it back.
What would trigger your?
We can't hear you, Supervisor Valley.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Now we can.
Just kind of zoned out for a moment there, but please continue.
Yeah, Rebecca, at what point would a recommendation from you be triggered for you to recommend to the board to pull out of this, that fiscally this is something that would drag us down and would not be good?
That would go back to the timeline of the construction. So we need to ensure that we have enough time to get the construction completed. And so we would be paying attention to that, making sure that we have the funding ready to go to finish the construction in time.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Chairman, I'll just end with this. I've spoken with multiple members of the KCAO Board of Directors. I don't walk away confident, even though Jeff Garner at the podium last year, when I asked him who had the authority to make this decision for KCAO, he said it was solely at his discretion, but there still is a board of directors there. And I'm not confident that this is something. It's a big if factor here related to item B, and I just still feel fiscally this is something that we're going to, as a board, keep being asked, and as we get deeper into this, feeling more pressure to fund this project, and I'm just still not comfortable with this at all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, as we move forward through this process, we also, are pretty sure, I mean, the check should be on the way for the federal American Rescue Act funding as well. And I think the parameters in which that money is going to come to us are going to be able to be used in those types of efforts. And so I think it would be an appropriate, use of some of that funding as well. And with that, if there are there further questions? Okay, Supervisor Verboen.
To approve as presented.
Okay.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair, with Nebs to second with a question that I still don't see in there is the potential of a possessory interest with government owning it and community action. And I'm not sure what their status is as an unincorporated, not nonprofit, I guess is their designation. And then the other one is that property's being transitioned from transit occupancy to, is there a potential of having impact fees to school districts?
I can answer the first question, but let me make sure I understand it. The question regarding possessory interest, is it whether KCAO can hold a possessory interest, or will the county continue to have a possessory interest once the property transfers to KCAO after the conversion?
Yeah. Is there a period of time in there where the county still has ownership? Is there a possessory interest liability?
Yes.
And I didn't see it addressed in the agreement.
The agreement goes to, once the conversion is done, does the board authorize the county to transfer the entire possessory interest to a new owner, in which case we would have no possessory interest liability following that transaction?
Correct. But there's going to be a period of time in between.
Meaning right now?
Correct.
The answer is yes, because we have the possessory interest, we do have liability. Now, to the extent the property is still being used for room key, under the agreement with the operator, they are responsible for maintaining liability insurance to cover any accidents
Correct.
that happen. With respect to the part of the building that's being converted, obviously there are workers' comp kinds of issues that would apply. There's no one occupying, so premises liability could exist depending on who gets injured. If a third party comes onto the property, steps on a nail in the conversion part, it's conceivable, yes, that the county would have liability associated with their ownership.
Well, shouldn't the people doing work have their own insurance?
They should, but there's always risk that the state could say, even though they're employed by the independent general contractor, that because of our control, I mean, there's risk. So I was addressing Supervisor Nebb's question in the broadest sense and the broadest possible exposure of the county for liability.
And have we added that to our insurance, or are we self-insured as far as those type of claims?
We have, I'm sorry, this is Sonia. We have both, based on the standard agreement and our own insurance requirements, have added the county
As a-
add our regular as the additional insured.
Yeah.
Our standard agreement with the state requires us to cover HCD. So that's part of the agreement, and the county's higher insurance levels are part of the agreement. And actually, I do need to call that out specifically, that in our use agreement, we're paying for that additional insurance. And I need to let you know that we want to set that limit to up to $10,000 to cover that additional insurance fee.
Yeah, and that handles the insurance part of it, but then the tax burden is what I was kind of alluding with the possessory interest.
Supervisor Nev's current owner of the property is Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance. County's interest, so we are not the current owner. Our responsibility in the standard agreement for the 5 years, within the 5 years, because we remain the lead applicant, we have the equal responsibility in helping KTHA convert the property. So our applications for funding, their applications for funding were for the property conversion. This property transfer agreement essentially says if neither of us are successful obtaining the funding within these 5 years to convert it, the state, HCD, could trigger a request for their original award, their $2.2 million back. We want the property to be disposed of in such a way that the first use of any earnings from sale of that property is to pay back the state. That's really the disposition of the property. If we're successful with the conversion, which I truly believe we will be, we are short $1.5 million in applying for funding based on our estimate of what the conversion will take, and we have 3 years, and based on the HCD agreement, we really can take the entire 5 years. So if we're successful, the property transfers from KTHA to KCAO, and we're done. We're then operating as regular apartment complex. If we're not successful, we want the property to be sold, and we want to have the first right of doing that so we can pay back the state, because really our HCD agreement, regardless of who owns the property, holds us accountable for payback of that 2.2 million if we don't get to the permanent conversion of the property. That's the intent of the second agreement.
Yeah, and again, it's the tax liability part. It went from private ownership to Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance and they are, I guess, I didn't look them up, private nonprofit,
I would expect, yes, that's my understanding.
and private nonprofits have to pay taxes. So who's paying the tax liability now?
They are.
They would be
They are.
based on the expenses that they get reimbursed for FEMA from their daily room rates.
And you can pay taxes with that funding?
Yes, you can pay all operating expenses with that funding.
Okay, and then the question I never asked before was the impact fees to school districts and everybody else.
And that's a good question, Supervisor Neff.
Yeah.
I haven't researched that, but I would be happy to do that.
Yeah, because that structure was built at a time, and then with the transit occupancy tax that paid, I'm not sure they ever were subject to any impact fees.
And you're very insightful that this is a large development
Yeah.
that normally under other ownership practices would be subject to diff fees.
Yeah.
We just have not looked into that.
Okay, yeah, why don't we make sure that gets included on the agreement, and especially if the FEMA funds will pay for it. Let's make sure we don't lose sight of those impact fees, both City of Hanford, whether it's traffic, stormwater, and of course the utilities, as well as school impact fees as well.
Just so I'm clear, are you asking for an amendment to the motion that the agreement should include diff fees if allowed under the program? And if not, the agreement is still approved, or would you want it to come back?
Sonia, what's the deadline on this agreement? Does it need to be done today, or can it be just amended to add those impact fees?
It doesn't need to be done today. What I do want to let you know is how we structured the $60 a day is we worked with both KTHA and KCAO to look at their operating expenses and have a kind of a fund balance of what they would estimate for repairs for a property this age. So $60 a day, what we really are accomplishing is going from $95 a day that would cover all the operations to $60 a day, and saying that really should cover the taxes, their PG&E and water and KCAO staff, and leave us with a fund balance that in case of emergency repairs and maintenance of the property during the time that we're applying for funding and converting. So I do believe that when KTHA worked through it and figure out all of the fees that they have associated with the properties, were more than covered with that $60 a day, but we can certainly come back and explore this particular school piece. We're not under a deadline pressure. This could be moved to next week. What I would appreciate is the approval of the third item, so we can proceed with the state to reallocate the $204,000 from that becomes available to us as operating funds.
And I think I would be just as happy to just add the broad language to allow for the payment of any impact fees that might be associated with this project.
So just so I understand,
I don't want
you're
to miss one.
understood and good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good for the county to include that. So do I understand that you are seconding an amended motion to approve this transfer agreement if it includes broad language covering the diff fees, if we can include those in the agreement, or are you asking?
No, that's stop right there. Good.
Excellent. So the motion is amended. The maker of the motion agrees to the amendment. Mr. Chair, you have a motion moved and amended.
Great. I did see Supervisor Fagundes, you had your finger raised for a moment. You're good?
Just a little project.
Did you want to, do you have questions or comments?
This whole project. I see there's too much fine print in there that I haven't looked through. I'm not comfortable with it. We're spending money that unforeseen spots, and I'm not comfortable with this project at all.
Great. Okay, further comments, Supervisor Valley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, based on Sandra's recent updated info right now, the question is where she says we're short 1.5 million. Is that short from what we were presented from the actual vote? Because when in my short memory, even though I voted no, I recall that we were told the funding was there. This is why we needed to rush. So when she says we're short 1.5 million, is this a new development? And if so, is it a new development that concerns the CAO fiscally for the county's budget? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's Supervisor Valley. It's not a new development. It's not Home Key project from the get-go was about the acquisition. And we applied for the dollars to purchase the property. And given the timelines, knew that there would be no way to actually convert the property from the approval of beginning of December to end of December to convert the 22 motel rooms into permanent housing. Project was approved as permanent housing. So that was your board's presentation that I did in October and November and December of last year always talked about 3 phases. Phase 1 was acquisition. We actually accomplished more than I thought we would because we converted 3 rooms to ADA compliance where I actually did not believe we would have the time to do that. So we got additional few $100,000 out of Home Key that I did not anticipate would happen. We did more than we said in October and November that we did. Phase 2, we applied in August saying phase 2 will take us up to 3 years. So that has been a consistent part of my story, that we will take 3 years to apply for funding for conversion. That responsibility was going to be solely counties. It is now county and Kings-Tulare Homeless Alliance to apply for various different funding sources to convert. When I say short, I should use better language. The question is, how much does it cost to take 22 rooms and convert a motel that was built in 1960s to something that's Title 24 compliant today? We hired an architect when they were doing the 3 rooms. They also produced a product for the entire 22 rooms. Their estimate is about $2.5 million. So their entire estimate for conversion is $2.5 million. I do want you to hear that it is an estimate, right? We did not run an RFP and a construction company didn't respond to it. Somebody said, well, here's who has experience in this, who is an architect, that said, in order to convert all of this, to update electrical piece, to do the appliances, to meet the Title 24 compliance, that's an estimate. I personally want to believe that it's a high estimate, but we are not going to run an RFP until we have sufficient funds accumulated to actually then execute a contract and start converting the property. So we're aiming for that number. We're going to refine that projection. When we apply for funding, that's the estimate we're going to use. What it will truly cost us is once we run an RFP and a construction company is out there, respond to it. In working with Kings-Tulare Homeless Alliance, City of Hanford, my own agencies, we're looking at the funding where conversion is an acceptable cost for permanent affordable housing. We have an estimate of $1 million, so that's where I'm going. We're aiming for another $1.5 million. That's my short. We have 3 years to do it. HCD will actually allow us to do it up to 5 years. I'm aiming for less, but we are within what we planned to do back in August. We're certainly better off than where I thought we were going to be in November and December. We're on track. It just is going to take a while, and it's going to take multiple applications because most of the time for a county our size, we don't have $1.5 million to go after. It's usually in smaller chunks.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, and I was also asking for the cosign from the CAO because going into this where we were facing the 4/5 budgetary votes, there's a lot of hoops that had to be jumped through and this whole thing redesigned to get here today. So the last place I want to be is feeling pressured a year or 2 from now on a vote because you're looking for a 4/5 vote regarding some of the money that you're saying that you're short for here. So could we get that feedback from Rebecca, please?
Yes. So we will do everything we can to help the department, look for funding. You know, there's, as Supervisor Peterson said, there may be some opportunity with the new federal dollars coming down. We'll look at every avenue that we can. We'll work with the cities, to do that. I don't know today where it's going to come from. I can't tell you that, but we will do everything that we can to seek that funding.
All right, well, I thank you. I appreciate the honest answer, but that's the part that I can't hit the green button on because we're moving forward. As Supervisor Fagundes said, we're moving forward without, no one at the steering wheel. You're guessing on money coming in, and that, to me, that's not good, sound fiscal information for me to make a decision on. But thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman, allowing me to follow up, even though you had the motion and the second on the dais. Thank you.
Okay. So we do have a motion and a second. Could we get that one more time, please?
The motion as is currently pending and subject to verification of the maker in the second is to approve all three items presented in agenda item 5A1, subject to item B amended to allow for amendment to the agreement to include diff fees if that is allowed under the project specifications and the law.
We don't want any general fund money to go for this project. We want to be able to find money somewhere else to keep it moving. Correct.
Okay, is that commentary or is that an amendment to the motion?
I just made a comment.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to be,
Not a big comment, as other board members are too. So that's my choice. If I'm on the board for the next 2 years or even 6 years, we will see to it that general fund money doesn't go to fund this project. We will do everything in our power to find money elsewhere, keep this project going without hurting the constituents of our county.
very good. Then I think we have the motion as stated and amended.
All right, very good. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Joe Debs,
Yes.
Richard Valley,
No.
Doug Verboon,
Yes.
Craig Peterson,
Aye.
Richard Fagundes.
Oh,
All right, so just for clarity, there is funding involved in this. So with respect to a lack of a 4/5, Madam, does this,
This is not a budget matter that requires a 4/5 vote.
okay, very good. All right, thank you. So the motion passes 3-2. All right, thank you. We'll move on to item 5B, which is information technology, and John Devlin.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me get my share here. All right. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
All right. Great. All right. Good morning, Chairman Peterson and fellow members of the board. My name is John Devlin. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the Information Technology Department. I'm co-presenting this with Sonia Begay. She's the chairman or the director of the Human Services Agency. I took this because it involves technology and because she's very busy with Project Room Key, Home Key, etc., as you know. And what this is, it's an enhanced email system purchase. The Human Services Agency is requesting to upgrade their email system to a more modern version with increased storage. The recommendation is that you approve the purchase of the email system and the cloud security for increased storage for Human Services Agency and adopt the budget change, which is a 4/5 vote required. The fiscal impact, the enhanced email system consists of Microsoft Office 365 at $87,797 per year for 3 years, or a total of $263,391. The monthly cost per user is $17.42. The CoreNet Security Cloud Premium is $46,356 per year, which includes the required maintenance support contract costs. And there's also a one-time fee of $50,000 for Dell professional services to install Microsoft Office 365. Human Services Agency will pay the overall cost of $359,747 with no impact to the general fund. Currently, the county pays a monthly cost of $12 or Microsoft Exchange. I'm sorry, I should have said Exchange, which includes the Outlook email program. Microsoft 365 will increase the current monthly cost per user by $5.42 per month. Human Services Agency has significant salary savings due to the high number of vacancies they had for the first half of the fiscal year. As a result, Human Services Agency is requesting to use a portion of this savings to cover this cost and to pay for the 3 years in advance, as the rate is reduced when paying for multiple years. Funds available this year will give HSA a cushion for the next couple of years as they recover from the pandemic. After the initial 3-year period, it'll be a budgeted part of HSA's administrative/operating costs that are covered and spread through their various federal and state funding sources. There will not be a county share of cost, and it will not impact the county general fund. Background, the county has utilized Microsoft Exchange since 2007. It has served the county well, but has limitations that were exacerbated by COVID-19 crisis. The main problem is the lack of space for users' mailboxes. Currently, the users have 1 gigabyte for storage. Management and line staff regularly fill up their entire mailbox, which hinders their effectiveness in serving the county in good times, but especially in this crisis we find ourselves in currently. The users must manually go through their mailbox and delete enough items to fall below the 1 gigabyte limit, or else they are not allowed to send email, just receive email. This situation is the major hindrance for HSA's daily operation. Microsoft has a path forward for the county called Microsoft Office 365, which is cloud-based and has 100 gigabyte mailboxes. It includes Microsoft Office, both cloud-based and desktop versions, along with Microsoft Teams for video conferencing meetings. Users can also collaborate in real time on documents, something that should save time, especially while teleworking. Microsoft Office 365 has security modules that secure their platform. However, Information Technology Department discovered a newer security product called Coronet, which supports Microsoft and all other cloud-based systems for a lower cost per user. The agreement between Coronet and King County has been reviewed and approved by County Council as to form. Also, the agreement between Microsoft and King County has been reviewed and approved by County Council as to form. I'll entertain any questions.
Very good, thank you.
John, this is Catherine. Did you have other slides other than the main slide that says Kings County Enhanced Email System? We were not able to see it.
Yeah, I do. And I just wanted to go over the board letter, and I can show this next slide. This is basically the work that Dell's going to do for the county. If you look on this left side, this is what we currently have. This is what they call on-premise Exchange 2016, where everything is housed in the county's data centers. Problem is, in order to get to anywhere near that 100 gigabytes, we'd have to buy a lot more servers and a lot more storage, which we really can't afford. So Office 365 leverages Microsoft's cloud-based infrastructure, so it can expand and move on demand. So what Dell's going to do is they're going to set up this Azure Active Directory, which ties into the county's Active Directory. That's how everyone signs into Microsoft servers, etc. So it extends that out into the cloud. And then it also down here takes the email system and extends it into the cloud seamlessly, so that if a user from HSA sits over here, it's not like they have to know some foreign email address, etc. They just look up and say, oh, I want to send something to the Board of Supervisors or to Rebecca, and it automatically knows through the system that Rebecca still lives over here. Conversely, anyone in the county on premises, when they would need to talk to somebody over in HSA, they would just look it up in the address book and it would automatically put it into their Office 365. So it's seamless, and the people know from just by looking in the address book how to find users. So are there any questions on that?
I don't see any.
Okay. And then the last slide here, this is Coronet. what we did, we looked at Microsoft security, but Microsoft security only protects Microsoft Office 365. So if there are other things that we go into the cloud for, the Coronet can provide the security for all those systems. So that's an enhancement. It's also less expensive. The Microsoft with Coronet and with the Microsoft Office 365, it's $26.62 per user per month. Microsoft's 365 E5 version is $48.77 per month. So this is much less expensive. It's not quite half as inexpensive. Anyway, it protects against the phishing, the malware, data breaches, and hacking, and insider threats. And then they monitor it in real time. So they give us real-time alerts. They automatically neutralize threats and remediate anything that comes up. And it has a dashboard that you can look at, our team can look at, and their team looks at, and it's co-hosted. So we can, it's 24/7, it's around the world, so they're monitoring for all sorts of companies. Anyway, it just seemed like a much better bargain for the county. Are there any questions on that portion?
Questions? I don't see any.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have one question. John, while you're still there.
Sure.
You'll still be able to access using other electronic devices, whether it's non-county owned cell phones, iPads,
Yes.
PCs, and so that's going to remain the way it is today.
Yes, and actually, I didn't really go into this because the real thrust for this is to get them to email, but other functions that they're going to get with Microsoft Office 365, they get the Office 365, but they're also going to be able to get that for up to 5 devices. So right now, let's say Human Services has a person that has a laptop and a desktop. They have to go then and buy a copy of Office for both. This is licensed per user once they go into 365. So that's a savings. It's also, well, I've got my own personal Office 365 and I can put it on my phone. It works great for Word and maybe PowerPoint, but it's not great on Excel because it's just so hard to see a spreadsheet on a small phone, but it does technically work. And then it also has Microsoft Teams. So that might help instead of having to share a WebEx license around, which is kind of, what we've been doing at the county, somebody else has to set up a meeting for you. They can set up and initiate their own meetings. They can also share documents by sending a link instead of actually sending the attachment, and then people can edit it in real time. So I set up a spreadsheet to do the budget narrative. Actually, it wasn't a spreadsheet, it was the Word document. And then anytime anybody edited the document on my team, I got a text message on my phone saying that somebody edited it, and it lists out what was edited. So that's kind of handy. But anybody at HSA will have that ability now.
And you'll be able to track the changes?
If you turn track changes on, yes. But what's
Okay.
kind of cool is if I'm in the document live watching it, I see the people pop up and I can see what they're changing. So that's kind of neat. And then you could be chatting on a Teams call, at the same time and working together and saying, no, I don't really like the wording. Let's change it to this. And then in real time, the other person can say, yeah, that does sound better. It flows a little better. It explains whatever idea you're trying to express better.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the multitasking capabilities of this, and if there are no other questions or comments, move for adoption.
I'll second.
Very good. Thank you. John, I did have one further question. I just kind of a short question about liabilities and cyber attacks and having not one company, but 2 companies. If the county was to be hit and there was some responsibility back to a company we had contracted with 2 companies, does it become a bit more cumbersome with respect to that?
That would probably be better pointed at county council. However, they do have, I'm trying to find it here. They do have cybersecurity insurance included up to $500,000 with the Coronet. Another thing I forgot to mention, which is important, Microsoft, what we're buying is called the government cloud version. And that's what that means is that none of the data is stored around the world. It's only stored in the United States. So that way, everybody who works on the government cloud has to be vetted by Microsoft. They're all American citizens. They've all got security clearances. So it's not like it's going to be farmed out to some, third world country with, who knows what's going on. So that's another thing that helps make it more secure.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion on the table. Madam Clerk, would you please call a roll?
Joe Nevs,
Yes.
Richard Valley,
Aye.
Doug Verboon,
Yes.
Greg Peterson,
Aye.
Richard Fagundes.
Yes.
Okay, we have 5 in favor. We will move now to item C, Public Guardian, Veteran Services Office, and Scott Howe or Cody.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm assuming you can see and hear me.
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning, Scott Hallwell, Kings County Veteran Service Officer, coming to you with an item this morning, which is a proposed resolution for women and or for military and women veterans, and recognizing them with a week here in Kings County. And so a little bit of background on this, I think, as everyone knows, there's been a lot of focus here in the last 5 or so years with regard to women veterans and active duty military women and some of the significant roles that they have played, the effect and the impact that they have had, both in the military and in their communities and throughout the country. And so here for the last 2 years, we have seen fit to bring this resolution to your board. So Kings County military women and veterans are part of a long and proud legacy of military service. And here in the 4th week of March, it's an important time to recognize their significant contributions to the armed forces of the United States and their local communities. Well before the enactment of the Women's Armed Forces Integration Act of 1984, women have consistently answered the call to service. Since the American Revolution, throughout each major U.S. conflict, and during times of peace, women have always defended the freedoms and the citizens of this nation. Active duty military women and veterans in Kings County are diverse in character, integrity, resourcefulness, courage, and conviction. They are recognized leaders, steadfast volunteers, and devoted family members. Their number is considerable among us. In fact, as some may know, my deputy director, Cody Hickey, and one of my veteran service representatives, Genevieve Twing, are veterans of the U.S. Navy, as well as our own Chief Administrative Officer, Rebecca Campbell, who served honorably, proudly, and selflessly in the United States Navy for 10 years. Thank you for your service, Cody, Jenny, and Rebecca, and all others who have served, who are watching, who may not be watching, and who continue to serve in your communities. It is the county's duty and privilege to recognize the contributions and sacrifices of all women who have served and continue to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces. So it is our request today, Mr. Chairman, that your board adopt a resolution recognizing March 21st through the 27th, 2021 as Veteran and Military Women's History Week in Kings County.
Very good. Thank you, Scott. Back to the board for deliberations and.
Move to adopt.
And I'll second.
Okay, we'll hold that for a second. We do have a motion and second here in the chamber, but Supervisor Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as I was reading this resolution again last night, I think that this is a special moment. Hopefully next year when we can get past the situation we're all in right now, where we could go a couple of steps deeper into this and possibly ask staff to invite some veterans to the chambers that we can recognize or highlight a few of them and highlight not only their time in the service, but their contributions within Kings County now. Also, I think this right here is definitely worthy of a press release, and I hope that the county, if they're working on one already, thank you. But I would like to see a press release go out on this to include some of the comments by Mr. Howe as it relates to the women veterans serving in Kings County and our CAO. And I thank them all for their service as well. And I'll just close with this, Mr. Chairman, that the resolution is nice, but it doesn't even begin to touch or scratch the surface of the actual contributions. And from being a 6-year veteran in the Marine Corps myself and serving with women in the Marine Corps, I could tell you that they go through the same boot camp that we do, and they have to earn the title Marine just like the male recruits do. And once they earn that title, they're a Marine. There's not a woman Marine. They are a United States Marine because they've earned that title and they hold it for life. And to me, that's something that we hold sacred. And so moving forward, I'm thankful that we're doing this today, but I would ask that we kick it up a couple of notches. It's definitely worthy. And with that, I'll be in support of the motion in a second. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. Appears to be no further comment. We have a motion by Fagundes, second by Verboen. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Joe Nevs,
Yes.
Richard Valley,
Aye.
Doug Verboen,
Yes.
Craig Peterson.
Aye.
Richard Fagundes.
Yes.
All right, we have 5 in favor. We'll move on to item 5D, administration. And looks like we have Kyria today.
Good morning, board members. Kyria Martinez, Assistant County Administrative Officer. So for the past 70 years, the Office of Management and Budget has issued geographic delineations for the larger center of populations by drawing lines around metropolitan areas and labeling them as MSAs. Currently, each MSA has at least one urbanized area of 50,000 or more. Earlier this year, the Office of Management and Budget issued a public notice stating that they are considering raising the metropolitan statistical area minimum population threshold from 50,000 to 100,000. The Hanford-Corcoran MSA is flagged for deletion, which would cause significant challenges for local programs as well as access to state and federal funding. The proposed changes to the criterion population size would change the Hanford-Corcoran MSA area from a metropolitan to a micropolitan statistical area, since it's urbanized over 50,000, but it's less than 100,000. The changes from the population basis to housing density, starting with census blocks each having a housing density of 385 housing units per square mile, of roughly 1,000 persons. This change would have serious ramifications for funding and planning and transit formula appropriations and eligibility as the urban area, if the Hanford-Corcoran area does not meet those proposed criteria. Additionally, the new threshold of changing would also eliminate the region's access to FTA section funding, which includes small transit incentives funding, which provides higher levels of transit services that would otherwise be financially feasible. Certain grant eligibility would also be at risk for our local agencies, such as U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant, which uses the MSA definition as part of the grantee eligibility requirement. We did work with Terry King at KTAG, and she provided comment, and we also received comments from Lance Lippincott, and they've been incorporated into the letter. The letter is in your agenda packet, and at this time, if you do not have any questions, I request to authorize the chairman of the board to sign a letter of opposition for the proposed changes in the metropolitan statistical area for Hanford-Corcoran.
Ready. Thank you, Kyria. And I know Supervisor Nez brought this to us last week, and I was in the NACO, our NACO meeting. This was brought up, and there was a presentation made as well. Kind of interesting, you know, from the aspect of what it might do to small communities. Even further concerning is, you know, it's pretty isolated. You know, there's a couple larger metropolitan areas, and then I believe Chico and Kings County and the Corcoran area that are identified on this map. And so timely, and the comment period's still open. So With that, would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, Nevs moves, but with a little bit of a comment, that those federal transportation funds, that section 5307 funding is very important, as well as the connection between self-help enterprises and the housing element and transportation, of which Calvans takes full advantage of. And so this change in designation will not only affect transportation dollars, but also some housing dollars and a little bit of connection, because we do continue to try to connect affordable housing with transportation. And this will break that current policy. And so we need to make sure we have strong language as far as the transportation dollars and the housing dollars and how we've tied them together in Kings County. So, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for following up on that. It's unfortunate that they can't, and I don't know if we should suggest it, but once qualified, stayed qualified. So it doesn't change us, because those 5307 funds affect us 3 years. And so while we may not see a significant change in the next 2 fiscal years, it won't hit us until year 3 when those impact fees quit showing up. So, I think it's very important that we have a hard stand and try to rally in support of keeping this and not changing it.
Is that a motion?
Correct.
And I'll second that motion.
Right. Is the motion clear? Very good. All right. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please call a roll?
Joe Nevs.
Yes.
Richard Valley.
Aye.
Doug Verboon.
Yes.
Craig Peterson.
Aye.
Richard Fagundes.
Yes.
Very good. We have 5 in favor, and we'll move now to item 5E, which is administration and COVID update.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Rebecca Campbell. So this is a weekly item we've been bringing to your board with the status of the pandemic response in Kings County. The last update was given to your board on March 9th. And so I'll start by going over state and federal actions, talk about the county. We are seeking one action item today regarding a retroactive travel request. And Mr. Hill, Edward Hill, a public health director, will give you details on that action. So I'll go ahead and begin. So this past week, there were some vaccination updates. On Thursday of last week, President Biden announced that his administration will make vaccines available to all adults nationwide by May 1, directing all states, tribes, and territories to do so. The administration's goal is to move the nation toward a much normalcy as possible by July 4th, in time for country to resume backyard barbecues. To support states in reaching this target, the Biden administration will be taking a number of steps. The federal government will increase the number of places Americans can get vaccinated over the next 6 weeks. The administration will deliver vaccines directly to up to an additional 700 community health centers, increasing the total number of participating community health centers across the country to 950. The Biden administration will double the number of pharmacies participating in the federal pharmacy program. The administration will also more than double the number of federally run mass vaccination centers run by FEMA, the U.S. military, and other federal agencies in partnership with the states. Now, while the federal government will be expanding vaccine eligibility in approximately 50 days, in the near term, vaccine supply remains constrained in California. Shortages are expected to continue for at least a few more weeks due to the production delays. The state released updated guidance this past week on expanded eligibility for vaccines. So starting yesterday, an additional 4 to 6 million Californians will be eligible for vaccines. In addition to individuals with health concerns and disabilities, the state's eligibility list for vaccines expanded to include custodians and janitors, public transit workers, including commercial pilots, airport ground crew members, child welfare service workers, and foster parents. The updated guidance lists congregate residential settings such as detention facility, homeless shelter, or behavioral health facility. The guidance additionally includes regional centers, enrollees and those independent living centers, in-home supportive services, community-based adult services, and adult daycare health centers. It also covers people with a Medi-Cal HIV/AIDS waiver, Medi-Cal home, community-based alternatives waiver, or a Medi-Cal assisted living waiver. The Newsom administration also released details on the list of health conditions for people aged 16 to 64 to qualify for a vaccine. The conditions on the list include cancer in patients considered debilitated or in a immunocompromised state, stage 4 or higher kidney disease, oxygen-dependent chronic pulmonary disease, Down syndrome, pregnancy, sickle cell disease, heart conditions such as a heart failure, coronary artery disease, or cardiomyopathies, excluding hypertension, severe obesity defined as body mass index or greater than 40 kg/m², also type 2 diabetes, a weakened immune system from solid organ transplant, a disability that makes serious illness from COVID-19 likely, or would limit a person's ability to receive vital care for the disease or make treatment for COVID-19 particularly challenging. The state is still finalizing the list of medical conditions that will qualify for people under age 65 for the vaccine. So we'll keep an eye to see when that comes out. The state also updated its blueprint for a safer economy. Breweries, wineries, and distilleries will be allowed to open starting this past Saturday for outdoor service in counties in the purple and red tiers without having to serve food. Guests in these establishments in the purple and red county tiers will have to make reservations and are limited to a 90-minute stay. In the orange tier, indoor operations can begin with 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever is fewer, increasing to 50% in the yellow tier. Bars that do not offer food must remain closed in the purple and red tiers. The state will also allow overnight sleepaway camps to resume operations with modifications in the red, orange, and yellow tiers beginning June 1. On the federal side, this past week, President Biden did sign the American Rescue Plan into law, which includes a significant federal aid for state and local governments. California is slated to receive about $26 billion in general relief, and California cities and counties will share about $16 billion. All California counties and most cities will receive funds directly from the U.S. Treasury. The state's smallest cities with populations of 50,000 or less will receive their allocation through the state. So we're awaiting more details about those funds and all the reporting requirements, so we will share that as that comes out. Kings County is potentially allocated $29,926,365. Okay, so going to the county update, our Emergency Operations Center does continue to meet on Mondays. And also, I wanted to let the board know that the County Councils Association, working with CSAC, has reached a final agreement on the Memorandum of Understanding with the State Department of Public Health. And I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Lee Burdick so she can give your board an update on that.
For the last few weeks, we've been talking with the board about the state's original requirement that the counties and all healthcare providers that are going to vaccinate citizens sign a third-party administration agreement with Blue Shield. So the state delegated to Blue Shield the obligation to monitor vaccine allocations and keep a singular database of information about how many have been distributed to X number of jurisdictions and what is the success rate of the vaccination program statewide. Blue Shield put together a third-party administration agreement that was unbearably burdensome. Most public health directors balked at it. Most counties balked at it. Several large healthcare systems like Kaiser and the University of California said, we're not signing, we're going to negotiate separate agreements with the state, not with the third-party administrator. All 58 counties came together. 57 of 58 counties came together and said, we are not inclined to contractually give away our responsibility for the public health, and instead began engaging in direct negotiations with the state for a county-specific memorandum of understanding. As of last week, that MOU was still in negotiation. As of Friday, the state concluded those negotiations with a final MOU. Are the counties completely happy with the MOU? No. Santa Clara and Los Angeles had tried to negotiate a separate, different MOU. The state said no. There would be one single MOU that would be required of all the counties. If the counties do not sign the MOU, then their only choice then is to sign the TPA agreement drafted by Blue Shield, which would be a huge setback for county administration of any localized vaccination program. The MOU, while it's not perfect, is a huge deal better than the TPA agreement with Blue Shield. One of the objectives that the County Councils Association had in negotiating it was to negotiate broad language that would allow some local flexibility in how we managed local systems. So it allows for some differences in interpretation and implementation at the county level. I'll allow Public Health Director Ed Hill to talk about his concerns about the MOU, but I think we may have addressed those concerns through our ability to restructure some of the local relationships that will allow us to continue to operate substantially the way we have been successfully rolling out Kings County's vaccination program, even though, like every other county, it is subject to some vaccination shortages, as described by Ms. Campbell. The consequences of failing or refusing to sign the MOU would be that we would then be required to sign the TPA. Those are the only two choices: sign the third-party administration agreement with Blue Shield, or potentially give up any opportunity for an allocation of vaccine in Kings County. While some believe, as do I, that that is a remote risk, it is certainly a risk if we do not enter into the MOU directly with the state. Santa Clara has signaled that they do not intend to sign the MOU. Santa Clara has the second largest healthcare system run by the county in the state of California, and they don't feel that the MOU, even given its broad terms, addresses their needs. And so it will be interesting to see how the state reacts to them. Most of the other counties have signaled that they are inclined to sign the MOU, even with its flaws. As I mentioned last week, the next step, now that the MOU is finalized, would be under their delegated authority for either the CAO or the public health director to sign the MOU on behalf of the county, unless the board would choose a different direction. That's my update, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Who's the county that signed on?
The one county that is not out of the 57 who unified to get the MOU was Santa Barbara, and they decided to sign the TPA agreement. Inexplicable, but I think they were risk averse of even engaging in any other negotiation, because at the time Blue Shield was misrepresenting that they would withhold vaccinations if the counties did not sign the TPA agreement within 5 days of it being produced for review. And Santa Barbara just said, okay, we'll sign.
Okay, so now I am going to turn it over to Director of Public Health, Mr. Edward Hill, and he'll give a local public health update.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Ed Hill, Public Health. As usual, I'd like to start off my report, as I always do, by reminding everyone the simple steps we can take to protect ourselves from communicable diseases. Those are frequently wash your hands for 20 seconds or more, Don't touch your face with unwashed hands. Stay hydrated with water. A hydrated cell is a healthy cell. Stay home if you're sick and wear cloth-based coverings to protect yourself and loved ones. Our current numbers for the county, we have collected 38,000 samples. We currently only have 95 pending samples. We're currently monitoring 7,744 individuals. Our current total cases since the outbreak began is now at 15,175. Unfortunately, with 219 deaths, we have 9,176 recoveries, bringing our active cases to 5,780. Both the skilled nursing facilities and prisons have had no change in the last week. That is good news. However, while I'm confident in the data coming from the skilled nursing facilities, I'm not 100% confident in the data coming from CDCR, so we'll be reaching out to the state today to ensure that the systems are working. We continue to watch hospital data closely and see decreases in both med-surg or general admissions and ICU admissions, both locally and throughout the region. As of 3/14/2021, the local hospital had 14 med-surg or general admission COVID patients and 4 ICU patients. We are currently still maintaining a 60-day supply of PPE for all of our healthcare facilities. The mobile testing program site schedule has been established more standard and with regular rotating sites each week, and that schedule is on our website. I still have not heard any updates on the testing partnerships with municipalities yet. As mentioned in my last update, the state testing task force and Valencia branch lab, we're looking to pilot expanded testing partnerships with local municipalities, and we provided them with contact information. We do continue to hold regularly scheduled follow-up calls with the Unified Support Team, and we'll be asking for them to provide an update on this topic, and I will provide that update once I receive it. Our current metrics for the blueprint are our new cases per 100,000 at 11.1. We continue to see a decline in new cases, but as anticipated, we did see another spike from our last 3-day weekend. As I had mentioned, it was larger than the spike from Super Bowl, and our positivity rate has risen as a result, which I had been warning and concerned about. Overall testing positivity is at 4.3%, and our testing positivity in our lowest quartile of the Healthy Places Index has increased to 6.9%. So this means all of our new cases per 100,000 meets the purple tier criteria. Our overall testing positivity meets the orange tier criteria, and our testing positivity in the lowest quartile of the HPI meets the red tier criteria. As a result, we will not be able to move to the red tier under the accelerated process. And as Ms. Campbell had mentioned, the state has reached the 2,000 million mark for vaccinations, and the new changes to the blueprint took effect March 12th. Our test per 100,000 is currently maintained in that 434. The state's new testing median is at 320.5, so we're still well above the state's median and continue to get our new cases adjusted as a result. I just want to remind everyone that the data that the state uses for these metrics is 7 days old, and current data shows that our overall testing positivity is currently at 3.45. And our testing positivity in the lowest quartile of HPI is at 3.64%. So the event appears to be isolated and decreasing. We'll continue to monitor this and keep your board updated. On the vaccine update, Ms. Campbell went over the changes that took effect yesterday on March 15th.
Hold on, Mr. Hill. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but for the last 2 minutes, there's a really bad echo. And for anyone in the public, it's just getting worse and worse for us to hear it.
I have a suggestion, maybe perhaps if we can mute Catherine while Ed is talking, I think because that's what's happening.
Yeah, I was going to say if we just go ahead and mute the chambers in the meantime, it should solve it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Supervisor Valley. Is that better?
Perfect.
Great.
Yes, sir.
As announced by the governor, the state began to increase vaccine allocation by 40%, and the hardest hit are the lowest HPI zip codes. They are doing this by setting up clinics with agriculture agencies, and they're holding closed point of distribution sites. They held one last Friday and Saturday with Toss Farms. The unfortunate part of this, as I had mentioned in the past, is they're not communicating this widely with us. They're holding these pods by bringing in staff from OptumServe for these clinics. These are OptumServe staff from outside of the county. They do not use the OptumServe staff that is established at the day reporting center here. And as a result, these staff are often provided what's known as just-in-time training. Because of that, there's a higher chance for error. The way this works is we, public health, are responsible for receiving, storing, and distributing the vaccines for these sites, and they fall under our state-assigned vaccine number. Last Friday, we did receive a call from, I received a call from staff stating that when they went to pick up the remaining doses from Friday night, the staff there reported that they had to waste 25 doses. When we asked why, they indicated that they left some out too long and some were treated, quote unquote, too roughly, which caused the waste. As you can imagine, this didn't sit well with us, as we've never wasted a dose of vaccine in Kings County, and more importantly, our concern is because they use our state-assigned number, the waste will be shown as a public health wasting these doses. We made it very clear that this was unacceptable, and we wanted it resolved immediately, and that we would not be providing them any additional vaccine until it was resolved. In response, the OptumServe administration sent in quality control staff, and our nursing division manager was there to observe the updated training and was satisfied with the training. As a result, we also only gave them 18 vials the next day, that Saturday, and we checked back with them to ensure that they were not wasting any doses before we provided them with any remaining doses. They were able to administer 182 doses on Friday, and on Saturday they did administer 306, and they did not waste any doses on Saturday. Last week, between public health and our OptumServe site at the day reporting center, we were able to vaccinate 3,134 individuals. That was 1,119 by OptumServe and 2,015 by public health. That's 1,001 in Hanford, 609 in Corcoran, and 405 in Avenal. We did hold a closed point of distribution clinic for agriculture farmers and ranchers just this last Sunday in Corcoran and in Avenal, and administered a total of 516 vaccines. The event was held at the Corcoran RAC and Reef Sunset Middle School in Avenal. I would like to thank Supervisor Valley, JTO, HSA, Behavioral Health, Elections, Ag Commissioner, Farm Bureau for assisting with promoting the event, as well as lending staff to help run the event. I'd also like to thank Hanford City Fire Department and Kings County Fire Department by providing staff to assist with vaccine administration. And then finally, I would like to thank John Devlin and his team as we brought on a large inventory of mobile devices for testing and vaccine. And they've been working hard to get us set up and running and connected for all of these sites as we expand our capabilities. They've been here so much we should probably set up an office for them. We're also planning to hold 2 similar closed pod sites again this Sunday, both in Corcoran and in Avenal, again at the RAC and again at Reef Sunset Middle School. As Ms. Burdick indicated, I did have one challenge with the new MOU for the state's third-party administrator in its final form. It removes our ability, that's public health's ability, to allocate vaccines to some of our existing providers and new ones that we may not know about. For example, the Leprino event, we distributed the vaccine to their staff, and they took care of vaccinating all of their staff, which was a huge burden lifted from public health. We also have worked with other agencies that are occupational health organizations for large businesses that have the capability and the capacity to vaccinate their staff. This new MOU removes that ability and instead requires that those organizations contract directly with Blue Shield, which will add delays in executing the contract as well as delays in getting the vaccine, in my opinion. As Ms. Burdick mentioned, we do have ways that we can work through this process, and I'm excited about those possibilities moving forward, and we'll just have to see where this goes. And then finally today, we are seeking your board's retroactive approval for out-of-state travel for Justin Hopper and David Morris, both from Public Works to Junction City, Oregon. The travel was necessary to deliver the department's new mobile unit. The mobile unit was purchased using CARES Act funds approved by your board. The need for the travel was realized due to the very limited supply of units and the fact that they would sell out within hours of receipt by the dealerships. They're in huge demand across the nation. Additionally, after today, the department will no longer have regular access to drivers with the appropriate license and certificates needed to drive our existing mobile unit, and that mobile unit is also in need of some great need of some repairs that will take it out of commission for several days and weeks. The approximate total cost for the travel was $2,050, and it included airfare, lodging, overtime, and per diem meals. The department did exhaust every other transport option before sending staff to transport the unit. This included identifying logistic companies that would drive the unit here, but their insurance coverage did not meet the county standards. We also evaluated having the unit trailered and hauled here, but the cost easily exceeded $5,000 for that services. We did hold a preliminary call with the chairman on the matter to provide an overview and to seek input, which included the engagement of the companies previously mentioned. I would like to thank Dominic at Public Works, his crew, and our fiscal staff for pulling this together in such a short turnaround time and getting this unit here for our use when we need it. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Comment, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I thank Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I also want to thank Mr. Hill and his staff and all the volunteers that he named again for helping out in Avenel and in Corcoran, and for helping out just all around Kings County, because even though we're having these weekend events, which I appreciate, I know that people from Avenel and Corcoran and Kettleman are still coming to Hanford. We have great resources over there, and they're finding ways to get vaccinated in Hanford as well. And so all that is much appreciated. Mr. Chair, we did, I do want to thank Avenel Mayor Alvaro Preciado. He reached out to us on Sunday and identified an issue that that affected some of the turnout, specifically in Avenel, with folks who had signed up, but then chose for a reason to not come and actually receive the vaccine. And so because of that on the ground information, Ed and I were able to work on that identified issue yesterday. And I think that on Sunday, I'm hopeful with some of the logistical changes that Mr. Hill is incorporating. And I thank and I appreciate him for that. I think we're going to see some better numbers out there in Avenel, Mr. Chair. And I do want to close with this, that, you know, as we're pushing for everyone to get the vaccine, you know, I do talk a lot about Hispanics and Latinos and the need that I feel based on data, you know, the urgency that I speak on that and asking them to come get the vaccine. I'm reading a Washington Post story that just came out early this morning. And you know, one of the paragraphs that stand out here, it says, in California, which has the largest Hispanic population, state figures show that as of Wednesday, Latinos ages 35 to 49 died of the virus at more than 5.5 times the rate of white people at the same age. And that's straight, I'm quoting that straight from the Washington Post. In December, that average was 7 times more likely to die than the other folks in this demographic here. So then they end it by saying, to view the data another way, that Hispanics ages 35 to 49-year-old, they represent 41.5% of the people in that age group in the state of California, but they represent 74% of the deaths. And so if that's what Ed agrees with and is seeing as well, just that information right there, Mr. Chair, is why I continue to put out a sense of urgency in Hispanics in Kings County to come, and I'm urging them. I know it's everyone's own personal choice to get the vaccine, but that's what I base mine on, and I base my comments on here, because the data, you know, the data here is not lying, and so that just makes me appreciate even more the county's support of Mr. Hill's efforts to continue to come in these rural areas, for folks in the outlying rural areas as well to come to either Avenel or to Corcoran on that Sunday to come get the vaccines. And so I worked the parking lot and traffic control on Sunday from start to finish. And so that was my second Sunday being around Mr. Hill's Corcoran event. But I'm seeing the same thing, that with the ag workers, the farm workers, you know, half of them are coming in the regular clothes looking like they have a day off, but there's still a large amount that you see pulling up, and you can tell they got a quick break from work. They're in the work clothes on the Sunday. You know, they're dirty, they're sweaty, and they're coming in a hurry to make their appointment and get their vaccine. So on behalf of them, I want to thank just everyone again for having those vaccine doses available on that Sunday, and for everyone who's working the overtime and volunteering and being there on their Sunday to make this happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Valley. Further questions from the board? I know we do have an action item. I'll have the CEO recount that.
Okay, so the action item is related to a retroactive travel request for 2 individuals from Public Works that did go and pick up the mobile unit over the weekend.
So moved.
Nev seconds.
Very good. Before we go to the, is there any further questions or comments? None? Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and second. Please call the roll.
Joe Nevs,
Yes.
Richard Valley,
Aye.
Doug Verboon,
Yes.
Craig Peterson.
Aye.
Richard Fagundes.
Yes.
Okay, we have 5 in favor. So at this point, we'll move to item 6, which is board member announcements and reports. Supervisor Verboon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Had a busy week last week, finished up our second legislative trip with Valley Voice with online meetings on Wednesday with our local electeds. Went pretty good. It's all on transportation. It was through KCAG. It's hard to focus on what you want to do when the governor announces that all he wants to do with transportation is focus on electric cars and bike paths, which is difficult for us to do here in our area because we're so spread out. But we had a good meeting and we got our point across to all our local elected on Valley Voice. On Friday, CalCog, which is kind of the same thing as Valley Voice, but more of a 58 member deal. Took about 35 minutes for introductions and 30 minutes for the meeting. Same thing. We had a good representation. I wasn't a speaker on that one. Rob Poitras was from Madera County, and he represented it pretty well, talking to our coastal communities, saying that, you know, they impose laws and restrictions upon us that cost us money, didn't cost them anything. And it might be time for them to start paying to help us survive with the rules and regulations they put upon us. So I thought that was really good. Also, I got a phone call from the governor's office on Thursday evening, asking me to meet him out at Toss Farms on Friday and Saturday. I went out there with Undersecretary from the governor's office, Lester Moffitt, and Maria Herrera, and saw the activities on there. Wasn't aware of the mistake they made on Friday, but when I was there Saturday, they had at least 60 people in line waiting to get their vaccine. Talked to some of the people in line, a lot of farm workers, a lot of business people that were associated to ag. It was an ag event only, and people in there got their vaccines. Also, on Wednesday, while I was on the Valley Voice trip, I had several people complain about how hard it was to get online to get your vaccine. And so I went online and with the county website, and within 30 minutes, I was, well, actually within an hour from the time I logged on, I already had been vaccinated with the Pfizer vaccine. So very easy to do, real simple. They had 3 openings that day, so I picked one. From the time I left my house, the time I was home was about 25 minutes, which is pretty good. Same time, my neighbors informed me that they went to Rite Aid or CVS on Thursday, and they got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. No wait. They'd only given 10 shots the day before, and they were only at shot number 5 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon that day. So I think the word needs to get out that these vaccines are available in multiple places. And I appreciate all Ed's hard work getting it out there. But, you know, if you really want to get the vaccine, there should be no problem getting it. I know for myself, I had no side effects. I know that my phone goes off every now and then when I get near because the transmitter that was implanted in me, but I'm okay. So,
I think that was there before.
so that, thank you.
Supervisor Fagundes.
We have several meetings this last week, committee meetings, and everybody is concerned about funding and jobs and everything else. It's an all-around heartbreak thing to listen to these people. They're trying to help elderly, they're trying to help, different organizations, and there's nothing there to help them with. So hopefully we can do something for this.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Neves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up, what Supervisor Baboon was talking about with the Valley Voice, Jenny, I think, pointed out that there was 33 of us involved in that outreach effort. In the past, where you physically had to go up there and get a motel room and stay for a couple of days, there was only 6 or 7. So I think there probably is a little bit broader support and outreach, and that virtual may be a different way of delivering that information, but I think it was very well received by the electeds and a lot more people involved. A couple of other events that took place, mainly to get around some of the COVID stuff, the drive-through events. The Ceremony Museum had a drive-through spaghetti event that was very, very well received and very nice. And then the Stratford Hall had a beans and linguiça, all virtual, buy tickets, and then you show up and pick up the dinner and go home. So it's, as Supervisor Fagundes points out, a lot of these private organizations, clubs are just struggling difficult times, not having the fundraisers that they have in the past and been able to do the things they've done in the past. And so any support for local organizations is greatly appreciated. Very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Valley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the upcoming vaccination events in Avenel and Corcoran on Sunday, I believe they start at 9:30 to 2:30. Ed did want to point out that for Sunday's event, it's important for the public to know that we have to use the My Turn platform to get the appointments for Sunday. But for folks who are still looking to get the vaccine during the week, at the clinics around the county, Corcoran and Avenel, Kettleman City, to use the time tap. So I know that's a little bit of confusing information we're putting out to the public, but again, just for this Sunday, please use the My Turn app. I do also want to announce that I did receive the J&J vaccine on Sunday. I also did not have any side effects and feel just fine with it. And so I wanted to.
Looks like you're shorter. We only see the top of your head.
Well, I think it's my new stand that I got. I need to learn how to adjust this thing here. So you only see the top of my head?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah, put it back the other way, look better.
Okay. But that's it. So yeah, so on Sunday as well, Ed wanted to point out, if you're making an appointment on My Turn for the Sunday vaccination event, you have to make sure you manually insert the Avenel zip code, or My Turn is not going to show you that there's an event taking place in Avenel. It's only going to give you the options for the Corcoran event and Hanford opportunities. So that's important information. We want to make sure we're getting out there as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Valley. For me, a number of meetings, the National Association of Counties Ledge meeting continues for the next week. Last week were all of the committee meetings. I chair the Ag and Rural Affairs Committee. There was some policy that was a little concerning with respect to pollinators and bees, some language that was in the Environment and Land Use Committee, and they do allow for a challenge of cross jurisdiction of these types of policies. And so we claim the cross jurisdiction in this. And the concerning part of it was that this policy talked about enhancing pollinators and their environment, and it used the word habitat. And as we know, when you throw in habitat in environmental type scenarios, that can also include farmland. And so through negotiation, we were able to get that policy cleaned up to a place that didn't threaten, ag lands as a possible inclusion into some sort of habitat within the species itself. And at that, also Commission on Aging meeting with Supervisors. There is some thought process within the state that they would like to allow the counties, if they so choose, to break up the AAAs into single county entities. Obviously, I think we have a good relationship with Tulare, and it provides for a sharing of costs that reduce the overall cost to deliver programs like the AAA. And so I think there's between the counties, there's agreement that we'd like to continue to advocate and act as a agency, with respect to that. They also talked about delivering mobile devices to seniors and making those available through a grant from one of the companies. I believe it was Microsoft. I can't remember, but just trying to help connect those seniors that in this challenging time are isolated and need that contact. And so good update. And we're working through the upcoming budget. Obviously, as Fagundes mentioned, funding and making sure that we have adequate supplies. And the other challenging part is getting meals to seniors right now, and increased cost in delivering that service and access to those meals. And so good meeting. And that is all I have for those comments. So we'll move on to board member correspondence.
Okay, so there's a number of items in correspondence from the Department of Fish and Game. There is a Save the Date event for a Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion listening session and discussion for their draft work plan. From Cal OES, statements of grant funding and costs incurred for grants. From State Board of Equalization, there's a request for assessment appeals filing period. And from MBK Engineer, there's petitions for change involving water transfer from 10 different water companies. So that's there for your board. Upcoming meeting and event, our reminder is the March 26th from 9 to 1 p.m. Central California Blood Center will be at the County Government Center in the parking lot by Lacey Boulevard for the blood drive. An email went out last Tuesday for those signups from Sarah Poots. Also, upcoming agenda items for next week, we'll have the COVID-19 update. We will have a special event for Women's History Month. We will have a Water Commission appointment. We'll have the redistricting consultant agreement coming back to the board. From Behavioral Health, we'll have a Champions Recovery Alternative Programs agreement coming before the board. From Behavioral Health, there'll also be an agreement with the California Department of Healthcare Services for the mental health plan. From the Health Department, there'll be an agreement with King's Community Action Organization for the Women, Infants, and Children Services out in Kettleman City Family Resource Center. We'll have from Human Services Agency a data sharing agreement with CalEd. Also from IT, there'll be a couple of agreements involving security for our systems. And in 2 weeks, we'll have the Employee of the Quarter coming before the board, and we'll also have an agreement with the state for the Ag Commissioners County's Pink Bollworm Cotton Plowdown monitoring program. That's it.
All right. Thank you for that. Okay, at this point, next item on the agenda is item 7, which is closed session. We have 3 items today. Litigation formally initiated under Government Code Section 54956.9. The title is Patent versus Kings County Tax Collector in Kings County's Superior Court case. Second, we have conference with real property negotiator, Government Code Section 54956.8. That's to do with the property of the Avenel Courthouse. And then finally, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code Section 54957. Madam Clerk, do you expect, Clerk, Counsel, twice I've done that.
Mr. Chair, under Government Code Section 54957.1 subsection A5, we do anticipate reporting out at the end of the closed session.
Very good, thank you. Okay, any further business to come before the meeting before we, okay, seeing none? We will at this time adjourn to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is March 23rd, 2021 at 9 a.m. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Government Code Section 54957. Government Code Section 54957.1A requires that we report out that the employee who holds the position of Veteran Services Officer and Public Guardian be subject to the following discipline: that he receive a 10% reduction in pay for a period of 6 months, that he engage in 4 hours of class diversity training, and that he receive a written letter of reprimand for actions taken. The motion was made by Supervisor Fagundes and was seconded by Supervisor Verboen. Those who voted in favor of the motion included Supervisor Fagundes, Supervisor Verboen, and Chair Peterson. Voting nay was Supervisor Neves, and abstaining from the vote was Supervisor Valley. That motion passed, 3 in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstention. That completes the reporting out of the closed session matters that were noticed on today's agenda, and the Board of Supervisors of Kings County adjourned.
Excellent. So we're good to go ahead and stop the meeting, right?